Exciting.
Hello, Brady.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm pretty good.
It's coffee o'clock.
It definitely is.
It is for sure coffee o'clock.
Yes, you have just one, and then you're probably done.
Oh, yeah, I'm easy. And
I have,
as you know, it's a greased amendment in the nature of a substitute with two
I
voice
know,
votes. So
and
we're
then the
good.
most important one. I mean, you know.
The most important one to me, because it's the one that lets me go to the happy hour. I'm scheduled to be there at
Yes,
5:30.
I know. I have four either immediately preceding or,
Do you have the FTC
succeeding.
stuff?
Yeah.
And you were last.
Oh, you're kidding.
Not last, but
No, it would be last because they'll be.
No. All right, you ready? Committee will come to order. So I want members and folks watching to know sort of what the agenda is. We delayed this markup because of a bill on the floor. That bill is almost done. They're in the motion to recommit. It's gonna be a little while before votes are called on the floor. So we'll work until those votes are called, of which we'll recess until after the votes are done. And immediately following the recorded votes on the House floor, we'll come back to continue the markup, but we will hold, or roll, I guess you could say, roll the votes ordered between that point and 8 o'clock, 8 p.m., so that people can do dinner, whatever they got planned. And at 8 o'clock, we will then have a call of the roll on the votes ordered at that point, and we will continue. And since we're going to be in till midnight or 1 o'clock, that's my understanding on the floor, we'll continue so that we don't have to be here tomorrow in the markup, assuming that we get done by then, which I think we can. If I had to guess, I don't think we'll be in maybe past 9 or 10 on the bills that we got going. So, and maybe that'll cause some of the things to move a little bit faster. So that's the agenda. So you're free not to be here, but knowing that votes will be called at 8 o'clock on those amendments or bills that a recorded vote is asked for. So Chair would first call up H.R. 1301 and ask the clerk to report.
H.R. 1301, to direct the Federal Communications Commission to extend to private land use restrictions its rule relating to reasonable accommodation of amateur service communications.
And without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill will be open for amendment at any point. Chair would recognize Mr. Walden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
For the purpose of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute asked to the desk.
And the clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1301, offered by Mr. Walden.
And without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized. The staff will distribute the amendment, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
I thank the chairman. I want to thank Ms. Eshu and her team, our team, Mr. Kinzinger's team, everybody who's worked together on this, and I'll talk more about that in the future. But we offer this as in effect, a joint amendment, a bipartisan effort here. There are about 730,000 amateur radio operators in the United States. I should know I'm actually one of them. The rest of you all pretend to be hams, but I'm actually a licensed one. Amateur radio operators utilize a variety of radio frequencies to communicate across town, across the country, around the world, and even into outer space. Amateur radio operators also occupy an important role in the emergency response system. They are often able to establish communications during natural disasters when commercial networks are unavailable. Unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, the law doesn't afford amateur radio operations the same level of freedom to operate that are enjoyed by consumers of other radio services. For example, the FCC's regulations ensure consumers access to direct broadcast satellite services. You can have a satellite dish. H.R. 1301 seeks to provide hams with the certainty that, like DBS satellite customers, they will be able to enjoy access to communication service of their choice regardless of where they live. This bill's come a long way since it was first introduced. Proud to say that thanks to the hard work of our staff and members of the Amateur Radio and Community Association communities, today H.R. 1301 enjoys broad support with this manager's amendment. This bipartisan amendment in the nature of a substitute represents months of meetings, hard work, compromise to ensure the amateurs are protected, but not at the expense of the rights of Americans living in deed-restricted communities. We found a good balance here. The amendment guarantees that even in deed-restricted communities, amateur radio operators are able to use an effective outdoor antenna. Without an effective antenna, amateur radio operators are severely limited. So this amendment ensures that amateurs are free to pursue their passion wherever they live. This amendment also respects, though, the rights of Americans, including amateur radio operators who have chosen to live in deed-restricted communities. Millions of Americans live in communities like these and choose to set their own aesthetic and other rules. This is a knowing choice and must be respected. This amendment does just that. While it's rare to have the two groups with opposing viewpoints walk away from legislation happy, I by golly, I think we've done it here. Both the Amateur Radio Relay League, that's the Association of Ham Radio Operators, and the Community Association Institute that represents the nation's community associations have written us letters to the subcommittee in support of this amendment. So again, I'd like to thank my staff, the staff of Mr. Kinzinger, the ranking member, Ms. Eshu, the Amateur Radio Relay League, the Community Associations Institute, all for their hard work and expertise, which allows us to move forward with this legislation. The compromise memorialized in our amendment in the nature of a substitute represents the best of what our committee can do when we work together, bipartisan compromise that meets the needs of all parties involved. I thank my colleagues and urge you to support this amendment in the nature of a substitute. And I'd yield to my friend and colleague from California if she would like to do it that way. Ms. Eshu for comments on our joint amendment.
I thank the gentleman. I'm glad that we've come to an agreement on this bill. When we originally considered it in the subcommittee, I was worried that it would violate the rights of homeowners associations, and Chairman Walden assured me that he would work with me to address the concerns before the bill was marked up by the full committee, and he did. And so we found a balance that works for all of the stakeholders, and the bill is now supported by the Community Associations Institute and the Amateur Radio Relay League. So I guess when you have both of those groups as the bookends of the effort, you know that it's been worked out. So I thank Mr. Walden, I thank Mr. Kinzinger, and I recommend to all of our colleagues, both sides of the aisle, that they support it. It's a good bill. It's a good worked out bill.
And with that, I'd yield to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Kinzinger.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank the ranking member. I want to thank you, Chairman Upton, staff, everybody for working together on this, for the associations involved. This is a good amendment, strikes the right balance, and just goes to show how legislating may take a little hard work, but we can always ultimately get there. So I thank you, and I yield back to you.
And in the nature of returning time to the committee to move forward on our other business, I yield back with 10 seconds left.
Gentleman yields back. Are there other members wishing to speak? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Opinion is here. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. Are there further amendments to the bill? Seeing none, the question now occurs on favorably reporting H.R. 1301 as amended to the House. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it, and the bill is favorably reported. Chair would now call up H.R. 5111 and ask the clerk to report.
H.R. 5111, to prohibit the use of certain clauses in form contracts that restrict the ability of a consumer to communicate regarding the goods or services offered in interstate commerce that were the subject of the contract and for other purposes.
And without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill will be open for amendment at any point. The staff will the bill has been called up. And are there any bipartisan amendments to the bill? Are there any amendments to the bill? Mr. Burgess has an amendment at the desk.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this...
and the staff, the clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 5111, offered by Mr. Burgess.
And the amendment will be considered as read. The staff will distribute the amendment, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment would add a savings clause to the Consumer Review Fairness Act, clarifying that the provisions of the Act do not supersede or impair the FTC Act or other federal laws. The Federal Trade Commission suggested we include such a savings clause, and we are happy we've been able to accommodate this in a bipartisan way. We also add is after or in a provision of the rule of construction. This corrects a drafting issue where the second half of the sentence could be read as modifying the first half of the sentence, a reading that was clearly not intended by the drafters. With these small changes, we can move forward and encourage support from both sides of the dais. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Other members wishing to speak on the amendment? Gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Kennedy, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for bringing this bill to a markup. I'm pleased to say that we engaged in good faith discussions over the past month, and I sincerely appreciate the work on both the minority and majority staff, as well as some outside groups that are working on this issue. We all agree that form contracts containing non-disparagement clauses in their terms of service are simply unacceptable. Just like posting a positive experience, consumers have an undeniable right to voice their honest concerns when an experience fails to meet those expectations. This amendment is a technical addition to ensuring the language of the bill does not limit, impair, or supersede the operation of the Federal Trade Commission. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and the underlying bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Other members wishing to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Burgess. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there further amendments to the bill? Seeing none, the question now occurs on favorably reporting H.R. 5111 as amended to the House. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it, and the bill is favorably reported. Chair would now call up H.R. 921 as forwarded by the Subcommittee on Health on June 8th and ask the clerk to report.
H.R. 921, to provide protections for certain sports medicine professionals who provide certain medical services in a secondary state.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. Chair would recognize Mr. Guthrie for the purpose of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute, and the clerk will report the title.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 921, offered by Mr. Guthrie.
The amendment will be considered as read. The staff will distribute the amendment, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Ranking Member Green for joining me in offering this amendment from the subcommittee. This bipartisan amendment, in the nature of a substitute, makes several changes that clarify the scope and intent of the bill, which currently has 180 bipartisan co-sponsors. This legislation addresses a small but important issue when sports medicine professionals travel with their teams to sporting events out of state. They currently may not be covered by their malpractice insurance and are providing care to injured athletes at great personal and professional risk. H.R. 921 will remedy this problem by clarifying that sports medicine professionals will be covered by their professional liability insurance during these limited out-of-state situations. I appreciate the hard work of the committee staffs on both sides of the aisle that put into polishing this bill over the last few weeks. Specifically, I want to thank John Stone on the majority side and Ariel Warnoff on the minority staff for all their work done to get us to where we are today. I also especially want to thank Megan Jackson on my staff, who spent countless hours into getting the definitions correct to make sure that we define when a home team's playing and when they're playing out of state. So we really appreciate that. I also want to thank Legislative Council for their guidance and expertise in drafting this bill. I want to encourage my colleagues to vote yes on the amendment and support the final passage of this important bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Other member? Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green.
Mr. Chairman, I ask to strike the last word. I want to thank the Chairman and join Mr. Guthrie in offering the amendment in the nature of a substitute. The bipartisan amendment makes improvements on H.R. 921, the Sports Medicine License or Clarity Act. The underlying legislation will promote the safety of our athletes by ensuring that sports teams, physicians, athletic trainers, and other providers are covered by their malpractice insurance when providing care to injured athletes, both home and away, and no matter what, across state lines. The aims clarifies the scope and intent of the bill, and I urge my colleagues to support the amendment and final passage of legislation. And if there are no questions, I'll be glad to yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. Are there further amendments to the bill? Seeing none, the vote occurs on H.R. 921 as amended. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the bill as amended is agreed to. Chair will now call up H.R. 5104 as forwarded by the Subcommittee on Commerce, Manufacturing, and Trade on June 9th, and ask the clerk to report.
H.R. 5104, to prohibit as an unfair and deceptive act or practice in commerce the sale or use of certain software to circumvent control measures used by Internet ticket sellers to ensure equitable consumer access to tickets for any given event and for other purposes.
And without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. Are there any bipartisan amendments to the bill? Are there any amendments to the bill? The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, has an amendment at the desk.
Yes, this is there are two amendments. This one, I guess, is DO1, Pallone DO1.
And the clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 5104, offered by Mr. Pallone.
And the amendment will be considered as read. The staff will distribute the amendment, and the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the purpose of H.R. 5014, the BOTS Act, and I support the bill. At the legislative hearing a few weeks ago, Representative Blackburn said that the purpose of this bill is to keep the marketplace fair, and my amendment would help ensure fairness. While I support this bill, I don't think it goes far enough. H.R. 5245, the BOSS Act, which was introduced by Representative Pascrell and discussed at our last legislative hearing, would take a more comprehensive approach to making ticket buying a positive experience for consumers. So the amendment I am offering incorporates portions of the BOSS Act that will increase transparency and increase fairness for consumers. A few weeks ago, the CEO of Ticketmaster, he was the CEO from 2010 to 2013, Nathan Hubbard, wrote that he agreed with the need for increased transparency and fairness. In his article, he said, and I quote, "A fan's guide to why you're totally screwed." He called on artists and venues to tell us regular people how many tickets are going on sale. So increased transparency does help consumers. My amendment ensures that ticket buyers know how many tickets will be available for sale and how they can get those tickets. It ensures consumers understand the true demand for tickets. When only 1,000 tickets of 15,000 are available to the general public, those few tickets will inevitably sell out much faster. The recent CEO of Ticketmaster also called on fans to push venues and promoters to stop charging outrageous ticket fees. And my amendment will at least help ticket buyers know the full price of the ticket, including any additional fees, before they decide which tickets to buy, so fans can avoid losing out on getting tickets because they wasted time trying to buy tickets they couldn't actually afford due to extra fees that put those tickets out of their budget. And this amendment would prevent scalpers from selling tickets they do not actually have possession of, which ensures that consumers are not paying for tickets that they never get. I agree that the use of bots in the ticketing marketplace is a problem, but it's just one of many problems. And to truly make the ticketing system work better for consumers, I think we must do more, and this amendment takes another step in that direction. So I would urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair to recognize the gentlelady from Tennessee, Ms. Blackburn, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What this amendment would end up doing is to subject live entertainment to a type of regulation that almost no other industry faces. It would require them to place proprietary information in a public domain. We have talked about this. We discussed it as we were in our subcommittee. Now, what this would do also, these inventory disclosures that Mr. Pallone would like to see, this would help scalpers to do a better job at what they are trying to do. So it will not make a single additional ticket available to a single additional fan. And I think that we need to realize that this amendment would require disclosure of information that really wouldn't be of any use to the average fan, because even if they were aware of it, they wouldn't have a context in which to use the information. What they want to do is be able to click on, choose a seat, and complete that purchase and not have the botsters get all the tickets before they have the chance. The other thing we have to do is to look at the artist set-asides and what they do with the tickets for their fan clubs. And fan clubs are generally open to the public. They're free to join. There is nothing wrong with this. Artists often do deals with credit card companies to give privileged access to a certain credit card holder in return for compensation. It is a business decision that allows them to charge less for the tickets overall. It's a good thing for consumers, and they still remain profitable. And what we want to do is to keep our attention as we focus on making certain that we don't hamper the marketplace. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I will yield my time back.
Gentlelady yields back. Other members wishing? The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word. First off, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to place 2 letters from public interest groups supporting comprehensive reforms that are included in the amendment offered by Ranking Member Pallone.
Without objection.
Thank you. We need to take more substantial steps to bring transparency and accountability to the online ticket sales market. The BOSS Act, offered by my friend Mr. Pasquarello, did just that, and I encourage my colleagues to support the amendment offered by our ranking member, which includes many of the improvements from the BOSS Act. And, Mr. Chairman, with that, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Other members wishing to speak on the amendment? See the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky. Is recognized for 5 minutes.
I am speaking in favor of the ranking member's amendment. It would include the BOSS Act transparency provisions on the price and availability of tickets, creating a better overall environment for ticket buyers. I think both the BOTS and the BOSS Act merit consideration. We should be looking at the online ticket marketplace overall and figuring out how to make it work best for consumers. I think the addition of the BOSS Act, which was first introduced by Congressman Pasquarello to create more transparency in the ticket market, it wasn't, it should be added to the legislation that we're doing today to make a really good bill for consumers. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Other members wishing to speak? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. Opinion chair, the noes have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. There are further amendments to the bill. You want to go? Gentleman from New Jersey has an amendment at the desk.
This one is DO2.
DO2 or DO1? Is it 2?
This is DO2.
Clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 5104, offered by Mr. Pallone.
The amendment will be considered as read. The staff will distribute the amendment, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I support the purpose of the BOTS Act, but this bill does not do enough to address the problems consumers face in the online ticket marketplace. Since the committee is not taking the additional steps laid out in my previous amendment to help consumers, I'm offering an amendment that would direct the Government Accountability Office to conduct a study of the ticket market to determine the current state of play. In particular, the study would determine who is buying tickets from primary sellers and how many tickets are resold later, the effect of non-transferable tickets on consumers, and the extent to which bots are actually used. While the New York Attorney General report was extremely helpful in identifying many of the problems in the ticketing space, a GAO report could look at the national problems as well as look at best practices internationally. It also could discuss the pros and cons of potential solutions, such as the suggestion to prevent speculative ticketing, selling, and that tickets become paperless. So my amendment does not change the purpose of the BOTS Act, and it does not make any changes to the current online ticket marketplace. It would only ensure that we have some helpful information to help us better consider these issues in the future. And so I hope my colleagues will support my amendment, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
There are other members wishing to speak on the amendment? Gentlelady from Tennessee.
Yes, a couple of things I want to mention about a proposed study. I would want my colleagues to know that you have Senators Schumer, Moran, Blumenthal and Fisher, who are filing a bill today in the Senate. It doesn't have a study in it. It mirrors the product that we are bringing forward to you today. Now, one of the reasons we don't need the GAO to take their time and resources to do a study is because we've already got these from the states. I've got two in my hands, one from New York and one from Connecticut. The reason we are looking at addressing this on a federal level is because the states have looked at this. And I think that a study would be an unnecessary expense. These studies, primarily, they're not performed by the GAO, or they're done through the state agencies. And they have been done. We have had those. I think that to turn around and to do this again is just to delay this process. Bots are a unique issue because they can't be always handled at a state level. They are interstate in nature. The state studies have shown that. They've already decided that. And that's why we have our bill. The Senate is putting their companion legislation in today. It is bipartisan. The BOTS Act is a bipartisan bill, and it seeks to address a narrowly defined interstate problem, and regulation of the primary ticketing market or any of these additional studies is something that we really don't need to spend the time and effort into. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I will just yield my time back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Doyle, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to add my voice to support the amendment of the gentleman and to ask unanimous consent to place a letter from the National Consumers League in the record. Mr. Chairman?
If the gentleman might withdraw his amendment, if maybe I can work on a letter asking for a study but not make it part of the bill, would the gentleman withdraw the amendment?
Yeah, well he's...
I'll yield back to Mr. Plone.
I'm sorry, I was in a different...
I ask unanimous consent under the National Consumer...
Without objection.
Thank you. And I'll yield to Mr. Plone.
Can you just repeat that again?
I'm just asking, I do not support adding the amendment to the bill, requesting a study, but if the gentleman would withdraw the amendment, I will work on a letter requesting a study from a GAO, but not as part of the legislation itself.
Oh, that's
if
fine.
If the gentleman will withdraw
sure.
his amendment.
I'll withdraw the amendment. Thanks.
So with that understanding, the gentleman withdraws his amendment. Are there further amendments to the bill? Seeing none, I'm sorry. Gentlelady from Illinois has an amendment at the desk. And the clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 5104, offered by Ms. Schakowsky.
And without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The staff will distribute the amendment, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment strengthens the BOTS Act by restoring the civil action provision included when this bill was introduced with bipartisan support last year, and again when this bill was reintroduced in April. The civil action provision was not included in the substitute amendment in subcommittee, which is unfortunate because it gave the bill real teeth. As Vice Chair Blackburn said in April, quote, the BOTS Act will allow FTC enforcement and a private right of action to be brought against proven online scalpers. It is time to end these anti-consumer tactics and level the online ticket playing field for fans of live entertainment, she continued. If we want to make real progress in stopping bots, we need both FTC enforcement and civil action. The FTC has limited resources to enforce this bill all on its own. The original version with both FTC enforcement and civil action had bipartisan support, as I said, from 17 representatives, including several members of this committee, as well as the support of the Recording Academy, Pandora, Ticketfly, and Live Nation Entertainment. I urge my colleagues to make this bill stronger and restore the original civil action language. And with that,
Would the
I
gentlewoman
back.
yield?
Oh, I would yield to the ranking member, yes.
I just want to support Ms. Schakowsky's amendment. Ms. Blackburn, as we know, introduced two different versions of this bill. Both versions were bipartisan and both included a private right of action, and that provision would have allowed consumers who were harmed because someone's use of bots to bring a lawsuit against that person in court. So this amendment empowers consumers to protect themselves and seek redress when they're harmed, and this provision has received bipartisan support in the past, and I hope my colleagues will support it now. I yield back.
And I yield back.
The chair would recognize the gentlelady from Tennessee, Ms. Blackburn, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, they are correct. The original bots did have a private right of action in it, and that is something that was truly a point of discussion. The reality is, as I have learned through this process, ticketing agents already have access to a private right of action. They have that private right of action. I will also tell you that the Senate version that Senators Schumer, Moran, Blumenthal, and Fisher are introducing in the Senate does not include a private right of action because they want to actually pass a law that helps consumers, and they know that if a private right of action is included, that we're not going to get this signed into law. So we all know that the ticket agents are concerned about the bot issue. We know that bots violate the terms and conditions of the ticketing website, and a botster has violated the terms of a contract into which he or she has entered when they utilize the bot software. So through that, the ticketing agents say they have a private right of action. Ticketmaster has actually successfully sued some scalpers who used bots. They've done it several occasions. They have done it under state law. They successfully sued RMG Technologies, a bot manufacturer, in 2007, and in Ticketmaster versus Salome and 13 others, they sued operators of a bot network in 2012. So when we introduced H.R. 5104, we recognized that creating a new federal private right of action would bring unnecessary controversy to the bill, creating new federal torts, which is something that is unnecessary. So with that, yes, the private right of action was moved. The Senate has chosen to keep it out of their bill. We should do likewise. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Would the gentlelady yield for just a sentence or
Sure.
two? Thank you. You're right, the ticket agents would have a state private right of action. Individuals would not, and so this amendment would include individuals in having that. And thank you for yielding.
Indeed.
Gentlelady yields back. Other members wishing to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Illinois. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I'd like a
Roll call vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Barton. No. Mr. Barton votes no. Mr. Whitfield. Mr. Shimkus. Mr. Shimkus votes no. Mr. Pitts. Mr. Pitts votes no. Mr. Walden. Mr. Walden votes no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy votes no. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes no. Ms. Blackburn. Ms. Blackburn votes no. Mr. Scalise. No. Mr. Scalise votes no. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes no. Mrs. McMorris-Rogers. Mrs. McMorris-Rogers votes no. Mr. Harper. Mr. Harper votes no. Mr. Lance. Mr. Lance votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. Olson. Mr. Olson votes no. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes no. Mr. Pompeo. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Kinzinger votes no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long? Mr. Long votes no. Mrs. Elmers? Mrs. Elmers votes no. Mr. Bouchon? Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Flores? Mr. Flores votes no. Mrs. Brooks? Mrs. Brooks votes no. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Hudson? Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins votes no. Mr. Kramer? Mr. Kramer votes no. Mr. Pallone? Mr. Pallone votes aye. Mr. Rush? Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eshoo? Ms. Eshoo votes aye. Mr. Engel? Mr. Green? Mr. Green votes aye. Ms. DeGette? Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Capps? Ms. Capps votes aye. Mr. Doyle? Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky? Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield? Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui? Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor? Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes? Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney? Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch? Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Lujan? Mr. Lujan votes aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko votes aye. Mr. Yarmouth? Mr. Yarmouth votes aye. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Loebsack? Mr. Loebsack votes aye. Mr. Schrader? Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Kennedy votes aye. Mr. Cardenas? Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Chairman Upton?
Votes no.
Chairman Upton votes no.
Other members wishing to cast a vote or change a vote? Seeing none, the clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 22 ayes and 29 noes.
22 ayes, 29 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments to the bill? Seeing none, the question now occurs on favorably reporting H.R. 5104 to the House. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the bill is favorably reported. Chair would now call up H.R. 670 and ask the clerk to report.
H.R. 670, to amend Title 29 of the Social Security Act to extend the Medicaid rules regarding supplemental needs trusts for Medicaid beneficiaries to trusts established by those beneficiaries and for other purposes.
And without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. Chair would recognize Mr. Lance for the purpose of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. And the clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 670 offered by Mr. Lance.
And the amendment will be considered as read. The staff will distribute the amendment, and the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. Thank you for holding this important markup on this issue. H.R. 670, the Special Needs Trust Fairness Act of 2015, is a targeted improvement to the Medicaid program. The amendment in the nature of a substitute builds on the underlying bill's common sense approach. The amendment adds a targeted new benefit for mothers of newborns in requiring state Medicaid programs to cover tobacco cessation services during the first year of the newborn's life. Under current law, state Medicaid programs are required to cover cessation services for pregnant women. The policy would extend this to mothers of newborns, helping more women make healthy choices, improving their health and the health of their child. This policy was included in the bill that I had sponsored, 5717, the Medicaid Data and Benefit Improvement Act, and improving access to tobacco cessation services is a policy aim that enjoys wide bipartisan support. The Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services has said that cigarette smoking is one of the greatest drivers of adverse health outcomes and costs for state Medicaid programs. By investing in comprehensive tobacco cessation programs, CMS notes that states have reduced smoking rates and health care costs and have improved health outcomes. In fact, CMS's review of available literature has led the agency to conclude Tobacco treatment is one of the most cost-effective preventative services with as much as a $2 to $3 return on every dollar invested. Finally, to offset the increased mandatory outlays from H.R. 670, the amendment in the nature of a substitute also includes a policy that would prohibit federal financial participation for drugs used for cosmetic purposes or hair growth, except when medically necessary, with savings placed in the Medicaid Improvement Fund. I urge my colleagues to adopt this amendment and support the Special Needs Trust Fairness Act. And, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
If the gentleman just yielded for a second, I just want to say that I met with a number of my constituents a couple weeks ago who were up on the Hill pushing for this legislation, and particularly for families that have a disabled member, I think this is really important, and it goes along with what we ought to be doing, particularly when the parents or guardians are no longer there. And it's a good bipartisan bill, and I look forward to getting it done on the House floor. So
thank you, Mr.
Appreciate the work. Other members wishing to speak on the amendment in the nature of substitute, gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support this bipartisan legislation, H.R. 670, the Special Needs Trust Fairness Act. The legislation, which I've championed for multiple Congresses now with my Republican colleague, Mr. Glenn Thompson, would allow individuals with disabilities to set up special needs trusts for themselves without a court petition. A special needs trust is a special kind of trust that is designed to provide support for certain expenses for disabled individuals to supplement Medicaid benefits. Currently, these types of trusts generally must be established by parents, grandparents, legal guardians, or a court on behalf of the disabled individual, and those individuals can only set up a special needs trust for themselves after petitioning a court. Oftentimes, this process can take several months and can incur significant legal fees for the disabled individual in the process. And I just don't think that's right. Individuals with disabilities can and should have the ability to set up a special needs trust for themselves, and this legislation fixes that basic inequity. Unfortunately, the legislation before us today is amended by an additional policy that has not been considered through the regular order of the committee. And I want to be clear that I have significant concerns about circumventing our legislative process in this way. Moreover, because H.R. 670, as originally drafted, has already passed the Senate, amending this bill further will force reconsideration by the Senate before it can be signed into law. However, with all that, I don't like the process, obviously, but I believe that H.R. 670 must move forward, and for that reason, I will vote in favor of the bill and urge my colleagues to vote for it as amended. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Are there other members wishing to speak on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. Are there further amendments to the bill? Seeing none, the vote occurs on H.R. 670 as amended. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. And the bill as amended is agreed to. Chair will now call up H.R. 5092 and ask the clerk to report.
H.R. 5092, to make exclusive the authority of the federal government to regulate the labeling of products made in the United States and introduced in interstate or foreign commerce and for other purposes.
And without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. Are there any bipartisan amendments to the bill? Are there any amendments to the bill? Gentleman from Massachusetts might have an amendment at the desk. The clerk will
Thank you, Mr.
report the
Chairman.
title of the amendment.
It's Ken, MA 33.
Number 33.
Amendment to H.R. 5092, offered by Mr. Kennedy.
The amendment will be considered as read. The staff will distribute the amendment, and the gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last month at the Commerce, Manufacturing, Trade Subcommittee markup, I offered this same amendment as a compromise to the issues this bill is attempting to address, providing certainty for the business community while ensuring that consumer protections remain in place. Last month, I offered and withdrew this amendment under the prospect of the two sides coming together to agree on language that accomplishes both of these goals. Though I'm pleased to say we had several positive discussions following the subcommittee markup, unfortunately, I'm disappointed that we were unable to come to an agreement in writing. This legislation seeks to accomplish a worthy goal, establishing a singular national standard for what it means to be made in America. I understand and support that goal. I've heard from manufacturers in my own home state that seek to meet the high standards of manufacturing goods here in the United States, and deservingly should be able to proudly display the Made in America label on their products. However, as currently written, the bill places that goal of business certainty at the expense of consumers. The bill completely preempts any state laws relating to Made in the USA manufacturing claims. This includes any state law providing consumer protection provisions, such as state remedies and private rights of action. My amendment balances these interests in three ways. First, it establishes a singular national standard for Made in America labeling requirements for manufactured goods. States would be permitted to pass on their own laws so long as the standard is identical to that of the FTC. Second, it would keep state authority and common law consumer protections in place. And third, it would provide state attorneys general the authority to enforce the FTC standard. None of these provisions are groundbreaking, nor are they a dramatic departure from some of the bipartisan policies both sides are supporting today in the other legislation before this committee. As I said last month, it has been my understanding that the sole purpose of this legislation is to create one standard for Made in America manufacturing with which businesses need to comply. This Made in the USA label affixed to products is a valuable tool and a mark of distinction. Businesses meeting the high standard of Made in the USA deserve to proudly display that label on their products. But that mark of distinction cannot come at the expense of consumer protection. And these are not mutually exclusive goals. I firmly believe that this amendment represents a compromised balance of both the interests of the majority and the minority, the business community, and consumer protection advocates. I urge adoption of this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back his time. Other members wishing to speak, Mr. Harper is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I certainly appreciate the Congressman's desire to come to an agreement on this, and I was pleased that we've been able to have this discussion. The purpose of this legislation is to establish a single national standard. This is the same text as S-1518, which passed the Senate Commerce Committee by voice vote. And I'm encouraged that there have been efforts to find compromise prior to this full committee markup. And I do remain hopeful that those conversations can continue after we report out of committee today. Any deal struck at this late date should be the one that can pass both the House and the Senate. We may be willing to consider some additional state roles, but can only do so in the context of everyone at the table reaching a final agreement that would become law. Absent such an agreement, I cannot support changes to the bill at this time. However, I cannot support a blanket authorization for 50 attorneys general to pursue companies trying to comply in good faith with the FTC's guidelines. Companies that manufacture in the United States should be encouraged to label their products as made in the USA. They shouldn't be sacrificial lambs for the political agendas of state bureaucrats. I believe that a welcome mat for state AGs to penalize the job creators we are trying to help is counter to the intent of this underlying legislation. So this is really, I think, an unnecessary departure from the bill that passed the Senate Commerce Committee by voice vote on a bipartisan basis. I also note that the legislation is a good complement to the FTC Process and Transparency Reform Act, which we also voted on today. My bill preempts a set of rules that are currently so difficult to comply with that they might as well be a ban on Made in USA labels. Similarly, the transparency reform legislation helps clarify some ambiguity in the kinds of activity that are prohibited under the FTC Act. Together, these bills will help U.S. manufacturers keep jobs here. So I certainly would encourage everyone to support the underlying bill, but to vote no on this amendment. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair would recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm speaking in support of Mr. Kennedy's amendment. I'm sympathetic to the problem for manufacturers that is caused by multiple standards for using the Made in America label as part of marketing practices. But in my opinion, Mr. Kennedy's amendment strikes the necessary balance. Like the underlying bill, the amendment would ease burdens on manufacturers by creating a single national standard for Made in America advertising. But the amendment would also allow Californians to continue to enforce the national standard as it currently enforces the state standard. It would also allow other state attorney generals to enforce the law to protect consumers from true deceptive advertising. I've heard from companies who've tried to comply with the different federal and state standards by creating a different packaging, one type without the Made in America label for sales within a single state, and another type of packing with the label for the rest of the country. But those manufacturers often sell to distributors and retailers, not directly to consumers. In that process, they lose control of where their products go. In at least one situation I heard about, the distributor redirected products that were meant for other locations into California, which has a standard for Made in America advertising that is different from the federal standard. California's law allows enforcement by the California Attorney General and allows citizens who have been misled by non-compliant advertising to bring cases against the manufacturers. The broad preemption of the underlying bill would stop these avenues of recourse. Under Mr. Kennedy's amendment, consumers who were deceived by non-compliant advertising would still have recourse, but companies acting in good faith won't be subjected to undue burdens. So while I'm generally wary of preemption, it may be merited in this case. So I support the amendment, and I urge my colleagues to support its adoption. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Other members wishing to speak on the amendment? Seeing gentlelady from Illinois.
Thank you. I want to support the Kennedy Amendment to allow for state enforcement of the federal standard for the Made in America label. H.R. 5092 preempts state standards for Made in America, so there's a single nationwide standard. I understand the desire for a consistent standard among businesses operating in multiple states, but we should not undermine state enforcement if we want the standard to be effective. The FTC has limited resources to ensure compliance with its standard. If a state like California wants to enact laws to help enforce the standard, why wouldn't we want to allow that? The Kennedy Amendment lets state attorneys general enforce the federal standard, and it allows states to adopt the federal standard and enact their own enforcement laws. If we're all for this Made in America label, then I urge adoption of this amendment. I do not believe the bill should advance without it, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Other members wishing to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the Kennedy Amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. Opinion chair, no. Roll call is asked for. Clerk will call the tally.
Mr. Barton. Mr. Barton votes no. Mr. Whitfield. Mr. Whitfield votes no. Mr. Shimkus. Mr. Shimkus votes no. Mr. Pitts. Mr. Pitts votes no. Mr. Walden. Mr. Walden votes no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy votes no. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes no. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn votes no. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Scalise votes no. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes no. Mrs. McMorris Rogers. Mr. Harper. Mr. Harper votes no. Mr. Lance. Mr. Lance votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. Olson. Mr. Olson votes no. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes no. Mr. Pompeo. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Kinzinger votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Long. Mr. Long votes no. Mrs. Elmers. Mrs. Elmers votes no. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Flores. Mr. Flores votes no. Mrs. Brooks. Mrs. Brooks votes no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins votes no. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer votes no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Mr. Rush. Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo votes aye. Mr. Engel. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Capps. Mrs. Capps votes aye. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes? Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney? Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch? Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Lujan? Mr. Lujan votes aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko votes aye. Mr. Yarmouth? Mr. Yarmouth votes aye. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Loebsack? Mr. Loebsack votes aye. Mr. Schrader? Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Kennedy votes aye. Mr. Cardenas? Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Chairman Upton?
Votes no.
Chairman Upton votes
Other
no.
members wishing to cast a vote or change their vote? Mr. Johnson?
Mr. Johnson votes no.
Other members? Seeing none, the clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 22 ayes and 29 noes.
22 ayes, 29 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments to the bill? Seeing none, the vote occurs on H.R. 5092. Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The roll call is asked for. So roll call is asked for. I would note that when this roll call is done, votes have been called on the House, we will recess until 8 p.m. Okay? 8 p.m. and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Barton?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Barton votes aye. Mr. Whitfield? Mr. Whitfield votes aye. Mr. Shimkus? Mr. Shimkus votes aye. Mr. Pitts? Mr. Pitts votes aye. Mr. Walden? Mr. Walden votes aye. Mr. Murphy? Mr. Murphy votes aye. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mrs. Blackburn? Mrs. Blackburn votes aye. Mr. Scalise? Mr. Latta? Mr. Latta votes aye. Mrs. McMorris Rogers? Mr. Harper? Mr. Harper votes aye. Mr. Lance? Mr. Lance votes aye. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Olson? Mr. Olson votes aye. Mr. McKinley? Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Pompeo? Mr. Kinzinger? Mr. Kinzinger votes aye. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long? Mr. Long votes aye. Mrs. Elmers? Mrs. Elmers votes aye. Mr. Bouchon? Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Flores? Mr. Flores votes aye. Mrs. Brooks? Mrs. Brooks votes aye. Mr. Mullen?
Mr. Mullen?
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson? Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins votes aye. Mr. Kramer? Mr. Kramer votes aye. Mr. Pallone?
I'm sorry.
No.
Mr. Pallone votes no. Mr. Rush? Mr. Rush votes no. Ms. Eshu? Ms. Eshu votes no. Mr. Engel? Mr. Green? Mr. Green votes no. Ms. DeGette? Ms. DeGette votes no. Ms. Capps? Ms. Capps votes no. Mr. Doyle? Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky? Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Butterfield? Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui? Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor? Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes? Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney? Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch? Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Lujan? Mr. Lujan votes no. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko votes no. Mr. Yarmouth? Mr. Yarmouth votes no. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Loebsack? Mr. Loebsack votes no. Mr. Schrader? Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Kennedy votes no. Mr. Cardenas? Mr. Cardenas votes no. Chairman Upton?
Votes aye.
Chairman Upton votes aye.
Other members wishing to cast a vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will report the tally. Reminder that as the clerk does the tally that we're coming back at 8 o'clock. We're recessing until 8 o'clock to finish the last two bills.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 29 ayes, 21 noes.
On that vote, there are 29 ayes, 21 noes. The bill is agreed to and favorably reported. Committee stands in recess. All right. Back in session here. The chair will call up H.R. 3299 as forwarded by the Subcommittee on Health on June 8th and ask the clerk to report.
H.R. 3299, to amend the Public Health Service Act to ensure preparedness for chemical, radiological, biological, and nuclear threats and for other purposes.
And without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. I understand Mrs. Brooks has an amendment in the nature of a substitute. And the clerk will report the title.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3299, offered by Ms. Brooks.
And without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The staff will distribute the amendment, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the outset, I want to begin by thanking my partner in this crafting this bill, Congresswoman Eshoo, who has truly been an expert in this field. Our ability to craft this comprehensive bill together proves that partisanship truly has no place when it comes to protecting our homeland. As an original author of Project BioShield, Congresswoman Eshoo crafted Project BioShield. She knows how multi-layered and complicated our preparedness enterprise is. H.R. 3299 has significant and real reforms to continue to strengthen and expedite how we as a country are prepared to respond to biological threats. This amendment, in the nature of a substitute, does the following. It requires BARDA and the CDC to coordinate medical countermeasures for what's called the Strategic National Stockpile. It removes outdated and bureaucratic steps in the procurement contract process to expedite critical medical countermeasures procurement contracts, and it returns contracting authority to the BARDA director, as is currently in statute, although not currently in practice. It creates a priority review voucher program for all material threats identified by the Department of Homeland Security as direct threats to our national security. And if you don't know what those material threats are, they are things like anthrax, smallpox, cyanide threats, threats that will kill volumes and volumes of people if infected throughout our country. And finally, as the front line of any outbreak or biologic weapon attack, our hospitals and first responders must be equipped with the resources they need, as we saw during the Ebola outbreak, to safely and effectively respond. Our bill requires the GAO to conduct a review of the hospital preparedness program and the public health emergency preparedness grants to ensure that the goals are being met and to identify potential readiness gaps. There's a reason that there are 6 of the items on the material threat list that has 13 items that have no developed vaccine or treatment whatsoever. That's because medical countermeasures are incredibly challenging and unique. On average, it takes 14 years to develop a medical countermeasure with no guarantee of their success by the companies that undertake them. Given the length of time it takes to develop a countermeasure and the sheer complexity and uncertainty of the process, it's imperative that we keep our private sector partners engaged. The PRV program is a proven effective, zero cost to the taxpayer, common sense way of achieving this goal and incentivizing countermeasure development to protect the American people. We have the support of the following groups: the American Hospital Association, Trust for America's Health, the Department of Army, the Alliance for Biosecurity, VC Investors in Biotech, and the Blue Ribbon Study Panel on Biodefense. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to submit their letters of support for the record.
Without objection.
And with that, I'd like to yield the remainder of my time to my partner on this bill and a strong leader in biodefense space, Congresswoman Eshoo.
I thank the gentlewoman both for your good words, your outstanding work, and for being a terrific partner in this, and I couldn't mean it more. My colleagues, I know this bill very well because I wrote it, and I wrote it with Mike Rogers in 2006, and it was signed into law at that time, and it was on the heels, obviously, of the post-9/11 era. And what we were being advised here in terms of preparedness relative to bioterrorism. Now, Ms. Brooks has outlined the list of changes. Many of them are small, but there are 2 that stand out that I think I want to emphasize because I think they are 2 areas that members are not so familiar with. The one, in terms of contracting, is really not a change. It was in the original legislation, and then it changed within the bureaucracy. I believe, we believe that this belongs within BARDA because we have to have timeliness in terms of approval. You can't have one product take 17 months to be approved. We will not have a stockpile of what we need. What is new in the bill, which I think is a very important change, is the priority review voucher. Understand there's no public money in this. They are private dollars. Homeland Security comes up with the list. If a company chooses to use the priority review voucher, the FDA must approve it. So I think that these are sound recommendations. I think they are important for our national security. I think the stockpile of what needs to be created in terms of a biodefense for our country is absolutely essential, and I think that BARDA will be strengthened in order to do the job that needs to be done in order to protect our country. So I don't think I have any of your time left, Congresswoman Brooks, but I thank you for yielding time to me and again for your partnership and wonderful work.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Other members wishing to speak on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Seeing none, the vote occurs on that amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Oh. Those opposed, nay. This is the amendment in the nature of a substitute. This is the amendment in the nature of a substitute. Yeah, you're going to amend the nature, yeah. So, in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. Are there other amendments to the bill? Gentleman from New Jersey has an amendment at the desk. The clerk will call the title.
This first one is number 2.
Number 2.
O2.
Clerk will read the title.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to
Wait.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's 01. I apologize. 01 relating to the contract authority.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3299 offered by Mr. Pallone.
And the amendment will be considered as read. The staff will distribute the amendment, and the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As was mentioned by the sponsors, the bill delegates contracting authority directly to the BARDA director, and the purposes of this amendment is to keep the current structure. In other words, where the Assistant Secretary for Public Response, or ASPR, has to approve it. What we're trying to do with this amendment is not eliminate the level of approval by the Assistant Secretary, because I think it protects the integrity of the contracting process. So, Mr. Chairman, since the reorganization of the Office of the Assistant Secretary of Preparedness and Response at ASPR, which consolidated organizational-wide contracting activities, BARDA has experienced an acceleration in the delivery of medical countermeasures. For example, the total 23 products that BARDA has supported that received FDA approval, licensure, or clearance, 14 of those approvals have occurred since 2011, and 5 have occurred in the last 16 months. And BARDA is also currently supporting a pipeline of over 100 more. In addition to the success with delivering medical countermeasures, the AMC's execution of BARDA contracting activity has exceeded governmental benchmarks. The department-wide benchmark for contract issuance is 180 days. The average for BARDA contracts is 129 days. The last 7 major acquisitions have actually occurred even faster, reaching completion in 90 days, with only 2 of those contracts exceeding 100 days. Additionally, the contracting office has proven that it can deliver in times of emergency. For example, in response to the FDA guidance that it was going to require blood collection in areas with active Zika transmission to be stopped, the contracting office issued contracts to support the emergency delivery of blood to Puerto Rico within 6 business days. So based on this, I agree with Dr. Hatchett, the acting director of BARDA, who stated at our hearing on this legislation that after looking at the data, it does not support the restructuring required by this bill. The data makes clear the contracting office is exceeding performance expectations and helping BARDA fulfill its mission to advance national security by helping to protect against terrorism and other public health threats. In addition to concluding the move is unnecessary, I also have concern with problems that would arise from the proposed change. I have concerns about the delegation of the function to negotiate and enter into contracts, grants, and cooperative agreements to the BARDA director. Currently, BARDA enters into contracts through the office at ASPR, its parent organization, and this structure protects the integrity of the contracting process. After Secretary Sebelius provided Congress with notice and published a required announcement in the Federal Register in 2010, contracting offices were removed from BARDA and other divisional entities within ASPR and consolidated. The restructuring of the contract offices was done to streamline ASPR's contracting activity, to bolster program integrity, and to ensure that ASPR and all of its operating divisions conduct their business without either the perception or potentially the reality of undue influence by program officials. And that restructuring allowed the office or the head of contracting activity to be successful. It basically removed the need for the contracting office to go through an additional layer of approval. So my point is that the current structure, which is consistent with procurement practices across the federal government, ensures the right balance between expert scientists that advance our national preparedness and expert contracting professionals that ensure the government is getting the best value for every taxpayer dollar. And I think this integrity-minded structure established by ASPR has not only contributed to a steadily improved contracting process, but also one that has successfully withstood the few protests presented to the organization. I don't want to go continue with this, Mr. Chairman. My point is, I don't really see the need for the restructuring to eliminate the overview, if you will, of ASPR and just have the contract BARDA director do the contracting directly. I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Flores.
And I can defer to Ms. Eshu if you'd like her to go first. She has held her hand up first. You want me to go? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I applaud the work of the great work of Congresswoman Eshu and also Congresswoman Brooks on this bill. The Strengthening Public Health Emergency Response Act is about protecting our constituents from public health emergencies and biochemical attacks. This bill seeks an environment to create an environment where the private sector and the federal government can work collaboratively in the most efficient manner to create medical countermeasures, or known as MCM, to protect the American people. An important component of this bill is that it repairs the damage done to this goal by the HHS attempts to arbitrarily modify the BARDA contracting progress. And so contrary to the goal of this bill, the Pallone Amendment seeks to limit BARDA's contracting authority. This amendment jeopardizes U.S. national security by undermining efficiency and ultimately slowing down MCM development at BARDA as it may continue to face roadblocks and be slow and inefficient. When government is an impediment, it discourages many private sector partners and public sector partners out of this critical work, leaving the American people vulnerable to epidemics and biowarfare attacks. When BARDA was created in 2006, Congress and this committee gave the agency the sole authority to negotiate and execute its biomedical countermeasure advanced development contracts. And Congress, on a bipartisan basis, viewed this contracting authority as a critical component of BARDA's unique national security mission. And it was intended to function similar to the Department of Defense with nimble and flexible contracting procedures. Despite the intent of Congress, BARDA's contracting authority was removed by HHS in 2009, and authority over all of BARDA's contracts was moved to the Office of Acquisitions Management, Contracts, and Grants, ACMG, within the Office of the Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response, ASPR. This cumbersome arrangement has created confusion, unnecessary delays, and uncertainty regarding time-sensitive medical countermeasure contracts, and is counter to BARDA's mission to be flexible, nimble, and efficient. AMCG's review and approval process is often slow, burdensome, and inefficient. For example, at BARDA's insistence, companies often respond to urgent requests to submit proposals within a 24 to 48-hour turnaround, only to have these proposals languish in ACMG's review process for multiple weeks or even months. ACMG does not appear to have an understanding or an appreciation of the complexities of vaccine or MCM development and how lengthy, inflexible, and burdensome review can delay timelines, or worse, cause entities to question their partnership with HHS. For example, Texas A&M University is in my congressional district, and operates one of 3 vaccine research and development centers for BARDA. This institution has experienced significant frustrations and delays in dealing with the contracting schematic that was disconnected from the BARDA mission. The contracting team did not appear to understand many of the basic tenets of cost reimbursement contracts, leaving the state of Texas and Texas A&M as an institution having to cover capital outlays beyond any reasonable period that the private sector would consider acceptable. Furthermore, the contracting team was not in step with the scope and mission of the request from BARDA's director's office. In a time of national emergency, the public cannot afford delays or misalignment of the process with the mission. The contracting authority needs to be aligned now, not as an afterthought following a national emergency. There is broad agreement among Congress and independent experts that BARDA should be allowed to negotiate, manage, and award its own contracts as it has done effectively and efficiently in the past. BARDA's former director, who served for the last 10 years, even testified to this committee that restoring BARDA's contracting authority would improve MCM development. In 2015, the Blue Ribbon Study Panel on Defense recommended that the contracting authority be returned to BARDA, citing the importance of BARDA's national security mission within HHS. So returning contracting authority back to BARDA would not cost the taxpayers a dime, it would not put any burdens on HHS, and it would not jeopardize the integrity of the contracting process. It would, however, be consistent with how Congress envisioned BARDA to function. I urge my colleagues to oppose the Pallone Amendment and to allow contracting authority for BARDA, and I appreciate Congresswoman Eshoo and Congresswoman Brooks for fixing this critical issue with respect to the way HHS operates today. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Other members wishing to speak? Gentlelady from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. My colleagues, this is a very important part of the bill, and I know at 8:30 at night, the last thing you probably feel like even listening to are the innards of contracts at a small agency that most of you are not familiar with. But this really goes to the heart of how this very small but supposed to be limber agency is to work. Because if the contracting is stretched out, not effective, not efficient, then you're not going to get product. And that's what we're after. That's why we set this, this operation up. Now, as Congressman Flores, and I appreciate your good words, pointed out, there was a blue ribbon study panel on biodefense. Former Senator Joe Lieberman was, and he was the former chairman of the Senate Homeland Security Committee, and the former Secretary of Homeland Security, Tom Ridge, published an 82-page report on the subject, and it included a recommendation that BARDA contracting authorities be reinstated. Now, what happened from the time the ink dried on when it became law that stipulated that BARDA would do the contracting, and now our ranking member is offering an amendment to keep it to where it has drifted to. And it has drifted. It has not worked out well. I want to offer a quote from a 2011 story in the New York Times Magazine, which highlighted the inefficiencies of the contracting situation. It was stated that the person that it had drifted to had removed from BARDA all the contracting officers, instructing them to report to her instead of Robinson. I don't know how these people took away what was originally what was in the law. But if it were working well, you know what? I'd let it fly. I wouldn't be talking to you at 8:30 at night about this. But it was said by those that work with them, we actually spend as much time managing our contracts as we do trying to develop our drugs. And that's not why we did the legislation. It's not why it became law. Now, Dr. Robinson, who headed up BARDA for 10 years, said if there was anything to be done, it was to keep the contracting in BARDA. I think that obviously all the everything that is a part of not only transparency, but what needs to be kept and put into place relative to conflict of interest, all of that have to guide contracting. But if it is not working and operating efficiently, I think the Congress needs to say something and step in on this. Otherwise, most frankly, I wouldn't bother with it. If I thought this was a pesky fly, I wouldn't, in terms of an issue, I wouldn't place this much of an emphasis on it. But it is very important. And how did we model the original legislation that became law? We modeled it after DARPA. We modeled it after DARPA. DARPA does its own contracting. And DARPA is hailed by all of us on both sides of the aisle. So we worked hard, and I think that we produced a product at that time that really made sense and has worked. So it isn't too often I disagree with the ranking member, but I do on this one. The other agency that seems to have taken over this contracting issue or operation is very unhappy. And I met with the doctor who heads it up, and it was not an easy meeting. Many questions left unanswered, but she promised that she would get recommendations to me to improve the legislation, and we've never received such. So given all of this backdrop, I really recommend that this suggestion by way of an amendment not be accepted for all the reasons that I stated. It's modeled after DARPA. The original director said this is the heart of the program in terms of efficiency and timeliness, which is essential for bioterrorism products. And there was a commission or a blue ribbon committee that included that recommendation for contracting authorities being reinstated. I think that's one heck of a record on this item, and I yield back the non-balance of my time.
Young lady's time has expired. Other members wishing to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New Jersey. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. Committee Chair, the noes have it. The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there other amendments to the amendment? The gentleman from New Jersey has another amendment?
Yes, this one is number 2.
Number 2, and the clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3299 offered by Mr. Pallone.
And the amendment will be considered as read. The staff will distribute the amendment, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The substitute that we voted on today to H.R. 3299 would create a new permanent priority review voucher or PRV program for medical countermeasures. And for this reason, I can't support the bill as amended by the substitute. I have on several occasions voiced concerns with extending PRV programs to include medical countermeasures, as I believe it's an unnecessary incentive in this space. A 2014 Congressional Research Service report found that since 2004, the federal government has spent over $3 billion procuring medical countermeasures, and this is in addition to the hundreds of millions of dollars HHS and DoD awarded drug companies each year to support medical countermeasure research and development. For example, HHS reported it would spend over $830 million during the 2015 fiscal year to support medical countermeasure research, development, and procurement through BARDA and Project BioShield, providing an additional PRV incentive, the last of which sold for $350 million to drug companies already receiving significant taxpayer support, seems inappropriate and unnecessary. However, if this legislation is enacted, I believe it is important to ensure it is actually incentivizing new research and development of medical countermeasures. And as such, I'm offering an amendment to sunset the program in 2023, tied to a future reauthorization of the Pandemic and All Hazards Act, or PAPA. A sunset will provide Congress an opportunity to evaluate the effectiveness of the medical countermeasure PRV program and determine if the program's benefits outweigh its costs. And this sunset date will also allow us to evaluate the program in the broader context of national preparedness during PAPA reauthorization discussions. In other important areas, such as incentivizing drug development to help children, we recognize the value in periodic program assessment. For example, the Rare Pediatric Disease PRV program, the Best Pharmaceuticals for Children Act, and the Pediatric Research Equity Act all included initial sunset dates. In fact, BPCA and PREA, which offer additional exclusivity to drug manufacturers who conduct pediatric studies, were only enacted for 5 years and not made permanent until there was significant experience with this incentive. We recognize the importance of evaluating our legislative choices in these situations, and I question how we can justify not taking a similar approach when it comes to medical countermeasure development. So I offer this sunset to ensure an opportunity for lawmakers to assess if this PRV program, if enacted, is improving our ability to protect American citizens from material threats before we permanently extend such a valuable award to drug companies. The need for evaluation rings especially true in the PRV context, given the lack of evidence these programs work as intended. As we heard at the May 19th hearing on H.R. 3299, there's been only one study of existing PRV programs. In this study, GAO found a lack of evidence demonstrating the Rare Pediatric Disease Program was incentivizing new investment in drug R&D. While we do not know if PRV programs are an effective incentive for drug development, we do know the strain these programs place on FDA. We heard from bill supporters that PRV programs are cost neutral. However, this is not true as they consume significant FDA resources funded by tax dollars. When FDA receives a PRV, it must divert resources from existing work to expedite review of a drug that may, under normal circumstances, be a lower public health priority. PRVs also reduce the time FDA reviewers have to perform complex drug reviews from 10 to 6 months. We heard from FDA during the May 19th legislative hearing that the fee a company pays when redeeming a PRV does not cover the cost of these expedited drug reviews, and thus the American taxpayer foots the remaining bill. Now, some argue a sunset for the medical countermeasure PRV program does not take into account the unique nature of medical countermeasure development and could result in companies not entering this space. And I would again note that drug manufacturers already receive considerable financial support from the federal government to develop medical countermeasures. This financial support has been a sufficient incentive for drug companies to develop 89 approved MCMs since 2000. Others suggest that 7 years is not long enough to fully assess if the PRV is working in the medical countermeasure space. However, this does not mean we should instead enact a permanent program, as after 7 years, we'll have an understanding of any new investment in medical countermeasure development, including any new entrants. While we do not want to understand if the PRV is an effective incentive for new research and development for medical countermeasures, we must also understand how a third PRV program impacts FDA and the agency's ability to meet agreed-upon drug review timelines. I don't want to go on, but my point, Mr. Chairman, is that this amendment is good policy. As lawmakers, I think it's our duty to ensure the legislation we enact benefits the American public, and I think a sunset will provide Congress an opportunity to evaluate the medical countermeasure PRV program and determine if extension is in the best interests of national preparedness. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair would recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Collins.
I'd like to strike the last word. Sunsetting this PRV program after 7 years would dramatically reduce the impact of the program. A 7-year sunset would only ensure that companies that are already in this space would get rewarded for their work, which is important. However, that's not the full purpose of the program. This priority review program, as written, provides companies to invest in this space in the long term. The uncertainty of a reauthorization provides enough risk to deter companies from going into the space. There are 2 other priority review voucher programs, one for rare pediatric diseases, the other for neglected tropical diseases. There's bipartisan support for these programs because we all agree that it's incredibly important that we incentivize innovation in this space. The neglected tropical disease program does not have a sunset, but the pediatric rare disease PRV program does. In GAO's review of the pediatric PRV program, they were told by patient advocacy groups that a sunset was limiting new research in pediatric diseases. GAO also found that a sunset created ambiguity for industry that therefore diminishes the program's appeal. Creating a sunset here would do the exact same thing. We know that these threats are not going away. I do not think this program should end until we have antidotes for all of them, and that's exactly what this bill does. We need to be prepared, and we need to know we are not prepared right now. We know that the best preparedness for these threats is a stockpile of drugs and vaccines that can be quickly dispensed if and when a threat materializes. I want to thank Ms. Brooks and Ms. Eshoo for their leadership on this vital piece of legislation. I agree with what Ms. Eshoo said in her opening statement. As representatives, it is our highest responsibility to defend Americans. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Other member, gentlelady from California is recognized. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the amendment, and let me walk members through why. When you look at the amendment that was passed out, the first thing it does is to terminate the authority of the Secretary not to award any priority review vouchers, and then it goes on to put in a review time that is much briefer than what we're requesting. Now, I think that I went through the value of priority review vouchers, why they are important. And I think that members need to appreciate the following facts. A very small number of companies in the private sector engage in the MCM development. This is not big business. You need to understand that. And for those that do, the only buyer of their products is the United States federal government. All right? So we're the buyer. And you know why we are the buyer. We need these products, and we want them developed for the protection of the American people. I think that there is a risk of, let me put it this way. There's hardly a guarantee that there will be a purchase at all. And you've got to take that into consideration. A PRV is essentially a tool. It's adding a tool in the toolkit along with R&D investments to encourage companies to develop these much-needed MCMs. So, you know, this is all, there's risk-taking, and you want the private sector to respond. Why we would kill this, I really have trouble getting my head around that. In terms of the timing, let me just point out a few facts about 3 currently approved products. 3 currently approved products which would have qualified for PRV, and the average time that it took to develop them. A product to treat patients with inhalational anthrax, the time to approval, 13 years. The amendment says stop at 7. A product to treat adult and pediatric patients with inhalational anthrax when alternative therapies are not appropriate, time to approval, 12 years. The amendment says 7. A product to treat symptomatic botulism, time to approval, 17 years. The amendment says cut it off at 7. I don't know what the rationale of this is. The amendment really represents circling our wagons and shooting at ourselves, because this is all meant to develop what we need and to incent the people that are going to do the research to come up with the product where the federal government is the only buyer of the product. So there's either a misunderstanding about what this represents, and I'm trying to make it almost conversational so that you understand it and that you are comfortable with it. The bill includes a very thorough GAO study, which is going to give us critical information on how this program is working so we can address fixing it in the future. But if you chop it off and say you're going to stop everything in 7 years, then you might as well just fold the tent and say, BARDA, go away. We're just not going to do this anymore. Because there has to be, you have to build in incentives in order to make this thing work. And so I appreciate your listening, and I hope I've added to something to this debate relative to the amendment, because I think this amendment just collapses the whole thing. I think you have to have reviews, but I think that 7 years just doesn't work. Thank you, and I yield back.
Further amendments, or further members wishing to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Green. I'll just go down. Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes. Gene, use the mic.
Defense capabilities within the Department of Health and Human Services. I strongly support the intent of the legislation, and we tried to work across party lines and improve and strengthen the bill. What the Pallone Amendment number 2 would do would give Congress an opportunity to review the success or lack of success instead of having a limitless bill, which is what this the current substitute we adopted and does. This legislation draws on the recent Blue Ribbon Study Panel of the Biodefense and makes targeted reforms to streamline existing programs, enhance coordination between agencies, and develop better data on our preparedness on the ground. However, I also have concerns about the provision to create a new incentive for medical countermeasures, MCM's development. We tried to reach an agreement, but unlike the process we undertook with the 21st Century Cures, the changes we would need to make were not accepted, and unfortunately I can't support the bill, but I do support the Pallone Amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute that we adopted would establish a new priority voucher program, review voucher program, PRV, that may do little to incentivize novel, needed treatments, strain valuable resources at the FDA, and undermine the neglected tropical diseases, the NTDs, and rare pediatric diseases, the PRV programs, by diluting the market value of vouchers. Creating a new PRV program without addressing loopholes that impede the NTD and PRV program is a missed opportunity. Further, the lack of data demonstrating that 2 existing PRV programs are working as intended, or if a new PRV program for medical countermeasures will be affected, makes it unwise to establish a new program permanently. That's why the Pallone Amendment puts some limit on it. Although Ms. Capps has an amendment that we'll see in a few minutes if she has an amendment on the floor, so I'll be introducing it. It would limit it to 12 years, which is much better than the Pallone Amendment. The development process, market forces, and role of government in the MCM space is distinct. At very least, Congress should reserve the ability to exercise oversight on this new incentive rather than authorize it in perpetuity without understanding the necessity or effectiveness. While I appreciate the intent of the provision, I continue to believe that the best way to incentivize MCM development is robust, stable funding, similar to the Project BioShield Reserve, Special Reserve Fund, the SRV, created in 2004. I support many aspects of this legislation and thank my colleagues for their commitment for the biodefense capability. Unfortunately, conversations and commitment to find consensus failed, and that's why I'm supporting a Pallone Amendment to have some limit, but we will see another amendment in a few minutes, and I'll yield back. I'll be glad to yield to my colleague from Maryland.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. The sunsetting strikes me as a reasonable path to take here. I appreciate that there may be some arguments about the impact sunsetting could have with respect to the rare pediatric disease development or neglected tropical disease, but I think it's apples and oranges to compare those to medical countermeasures in terms of the development there. There's evidence that the FDA is doing pretty well in terms of making sure those MCMs are being developed, and even though there may be some examples, and Congresswoman Eshoo has pointed to those, and that's fair to do, where development of a particular MCM could take an extended period of time, I would imagine there's also there'll be a fair number of opportunities for development of MCMs in a lesser period of time that could offer some examples of whether the PRV process is a useful one with respect to MCMs, and do that within the 7-year time frame that's being proposed for sunsetting. So if the end goal here with respect to MCMs is to assure that we are developing them, there's plenty of evidence that that is happening without a PRV program, and I think there'll be plenty of examples of how development with a PRV could occur within a 7-year period for us to judge the progress of that, or the potential of that program for further extension. And so for those reasons, it strikes me that that 7-year sunset proposal is a reasonable one. And I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair would recognize the gentlelady from Indiana, Mrs. Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. And I'd like to remind and actually indicate that I've been informed that of the 13 material threats listed by Department of Homeland Security, in fact, 6 of the 13, nothing is going on right now. There is no treatment, there is no diagnostic, there is no vaccine, there is nothing. So it is a mistake to presume that companies are working on all of them. They are not. And so if we want to gamble and assume that the terrorists who might be looking at this, or the or naturally occurring, or if there is a release of one of these products mistakenly, we're going to be taking a chance on what we are prepared for. And I appreciate that, yes, this is creating a permanent program. However, we worked very hard in listening to the ranking member's concerns, and at his request, in the amendment in the nature of the substitute, we added a new study that was not in the original bill, an incredibly thorough GAO report that wasn't in our original bill that requires an initial assessment of this program after the first 10 years and then a final report at 16 years. So this does allow future evaluation of the program, which I think would address the ranking member's concern. So I don't understand why we would limit our private sector companies in not providing them this incentive to try to engage in this space in a more robust way than they are. So effectively, as the congressman from New York said, once we do have a medical countermeasure for all of these threats, the 13 threats, this is going to go away. But we don't have it right now. We just don't. We're not ready. And this isn't just myself and Congresswoman Eshoo saying it. This is what the biodefense panel that went around the country and talked to our experts all around the country, led by Senator Lieberman and Governor Ridge. And so for that reason, we tried with this GAO report to satisfy your concern about the permanency. Congress will take a look at this again when GAO does its analysis that's in our bill, and for those reasons, I would object to a sunset and yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from California, Ms. Eshoo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I represent an area that is known for its risk-taking. Everyone knows, I mean, I think to every person on the committee, to a person on the committee, I should say, have traveled to my district. So you know that it's in our DNA to be risk takers. I want to point out that this legislation is not about taking risks. It's the opposite, because this is an area where we can't afford to take risks. I don't know where these numbers are coming from. One is 7, one is 9, something else, what idea? We need to have product in our toolbox if, in fact, any of these attacks are made on our country. What are we doing? I don't understand where this 7 years to cut things off because that makes it safer. I think we may be thinking of some other issues, maybe some other drug issues, maybe resentment against drug companies and previous debates about other issues. That's not what this thing is. And I'm speaking to my own side on this. This is about developing the products that we need. And yes, if someone applies for a priority review voucher and the FDA reviews it and approves it, and that comes from the list of Homeland Security where they have identified what we need, what is wrong with that? That's airtight. So we should not have any risk in this, as far as I'm concerned. We should leave here feeling very satisfied that we have the tightest case for what this country needs. If, God forbid, there is an attack, we need to be prepared for it. That's what this is. This isn't a favor to me, Anna Eshoo. This isn't some thing that Susan Brooks and I just cooked up. It's based on what has already worked, on what the recommendations of people of national stature and expertise have recommended. That's what this is about. So I would ask you, as uncomfortable as it is, and I think that we have some disputes inside agencies. I think there's some people inside agencies that don't like the idea that they may have to review and approve something. Well, you know what? I admire them. I have supported them all of my life in terms of their public service, but we're the ones that are elected. They're not, in plain English. So I don't support this amendment because I think it's not well-founded. I think it's not well-founded. And to the gentleman from Texas, you never offered to speak to me about anything. And if you had, I would have. So with that, I think I do have time. Sure.
We didn't talk, but I know our staffs talked, and there was no movement in it. So, and this is something, like I said, we've worked on similar legislation over the last couple of years. And my concern is that, you know, we reauthorize legislation all the time, and maybe this amendment's not correct, but maybe the one that Congresswoman Capps has is that 12 years will give that kind of time. But we'll deal with that amendment as
well. Reclaiming my time, it was I know that you said that we didn't come to an agreement, but I want members to know that you didn't seek me out. If you had, I would have been glad to sit down and talk to you. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. I'd just like to note, I've just been told from the guy at the end of the hall, end of the dais here, that votes on the floor are going to start a little earlier than we suspected, literally in about 10 minutes. So I'd like to finish this debate on this amendment and do the next one and get the final, and I think we may have to move the next bill till tomorrow unless we come back after. But I'll yield, just let everybody have that notice, and I'll gentlelady from Illinois.
Thank you. Thank you. I support the ranking member's amendment, but I want to say even if this amendment were to be adopted, I still believe that the underlying legislation is fundamentally flawed. Of course, I agree with my colleagues that we need to address the biodefense needs, but I am disappointed that this bill fails to make the needed improvements to the priority review program for tropical diseases. In fact, it creates an entirely new similar incentive program for drug manufacturers, and we're missing an opportunity to fix the priority review voucher program for tropical diseases with this legislation. Instead, we're doubling down by creating a new program with all the same problems. In a March 29th letter to this committee, concerns were raised by Doctors Without Borders, the TB Alliance, and Drugs for Neglected Disease Initiative, among others, that it is difficult and sometimes impossible to access drugs approved under the tropical disease program, and this is because there is no requirement that drug sponsors even make the drug available for purchase. I want to emphasize that. There's no requirement that drug sponsors even make the drug available for purchase. In addition, there is little evidence that priority review voucher programs are incentivizing drug manufacturers to invest in research and development. Of the 3 priority review vouchers awarded under the tropical disease program, 2 were awarded to drugs that had been used for years outside the United States without those drug companies conducting any new research. And this seems counter to the intent of Congress when passing this legislation. When H.R. 3299 was passed by the Health Subcommittee on June 7th, I was pleased that it included bipartisan language to fix some of the problems in the tropical disease priority review voucher program. However, today that language has been removed from H.R. 3299, and instead of fixing these problems, the bill completely reverses course by creating a new permanent priority review voucher program for material threat medical countermeasures. I simply do not agree that we need to provide additional incentives to pharmaceutical companies in order to get them to purchase medical countermeasures. First, there is no evidence that the FDA is not already approving medical countermeasures in a timely manner. The FDA already has the authority to designate a medical countermeasure for a 6-month priority review. Since 2000, the FDA has approved 89 medical countermeasures and 17 supplemental changes to already approved drugs. Additionally, often drug manufacturers that produce medical countermeasures receive federal funding for their research and development costs. And once a drug is approved, the federal government spends billions of dollars purchasing these products in order to stockpile them. Despite these substantial benefits, this bill provides even greater incentives to pharmaceutical manufacturers through the creation of a flawed priority review program. Similar to the tropical disease program, priority review vouchers could be awarded for a drug previously approved outside the United States without any requirement that the manufacturers do any research and development. Additionally, a priority review voucher could be awarded to a drug that does not fulfill any existing need for the federal government. This new incentive program would not expedite FDA's review of these drugs or the time it would take for a product to come to market. It would only award a drug company a priority review voucher that it could then redeem for any drug of its choosing or sell to the highest bidder. These vouchers are incredibly lucrative for pharmaceutical companies. In August 2015, a voucher was sold for $350 million. We've also seen people like Martin Shkreli acquire drug companies because those companies own a drug eligible for a tropical disease priority review voucher. In the case of Shkreli, his company then announced that once the government awarded it a priority review voucher, they intended to make this life-saving drug so expensive that it would put it out of reach of almost all that need it. This proves how profitable these vouchers are and how easily they can be exploited. Clearly, we need to be thoughtful in when and how we award priority review vouchers. I don't believe that H.R. 3299, even with this amendment, frankly, which I do support, takes the necessary steps to reform the existing priority review voucher program. Instead, it creates an entire new incentive program that we expect will have many of the very same problems. I yield back.
Lady's time has expired. Other members wishing to speak on the amendment? Gentleman from Mr. Schrader.
word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Yeah, I share some of the concerns of the gentlelady from Illinois, and I'm a little concerned or surprised that the committee as a whole is not concerned about the open-ended nature of the priority review process. I think the voucher program is a good one. I think it has great value in tailored situations. This bill, unfortunately, does not get to that. I think the subcommittee that worked on this bill is a little outraged. The final bill does not represent anything that we worked on in the subcommittee. If this is truly regular order, I would hope that whether you're a Republican or Democrat, you want the process to reflect the hard work of the subcommittee and the members that are on this thing. The bill needs to be tailored. I mean, the reason, with all due deference to the gentlelady from Indiana, the reason some of these products aren't listed is there's already treatment for them. Simple antibiotics take care of a lot of the drugs, the conditions that are on the list. For anthrax, we also have AVA vaccine. We've got anthrax immunoglobulin. Smallpox, we've got MVA vaccine. Aristur, botulism, we've got the antitoxin there. For radionuclear stuff, potassium iodide, Neupogen, others. Nerve agent issues, we've got midazolam. Do we want to continue to give money to different companies, taxpayer money, when there's already treatment available? I think that a sunset's a good idea. That doesn't mean the program goes away. If we think this program has value, we reauthorize it. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle and conservative Democrats like me, we'd like to reevaluate how we're spending our money on a regular basis. And this is not what this bill does. So I'm not opposed to priority review vouchers. I mean, I'm working on a bill with Mr. Bilrakis on one where there's no other agent, where the Schreckleys or wherever that guy's name is, you buy up a company, you rip off the consumer and put people's health at risk. That's not appropriate. That's where this program goes to. So I'm very concerned that, unfortunately, we're getting way off of what the original tropical disease program was about. We need to sit back, reevaluate, allow these programs to sunset, and frankly, look at a bill that reflects what the subcommittee actually tried to bring to the floor.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
So I just want to add, I agree. I actually think that both of the sponsors on this bill have worked very hard. And I also know that the staffs have been trying to negotiate some of these issues. And I want to associate myself with a lot of what my colleagues on this side of the aisle have said about making sure that we do this right, making sure that the PRV programs are actually used in a targeted way. I think that a sunset could be a really good idea to make sure that happens. I've heard that at least 10 and as many of 20 years can be taken to develop these countermeasures. And so I'm frankly, this is just me speaking, I'm not sure a 7-year period is the right amount. I know that Mr. Green's going to offer Ms. Capps' amendment for 12 years. I kind of feel like we're just throwing stuff up. I do think that a sunset period would be good. I don't have the magic number of what that would be, and I would hope, since we're planning to go on recess this week, that we could, irrespective of what happens, that we could all work together over the August recess, so when we bring this bill to the floor, it's something that we can all support as a committee, Democrats and Republicans, because I do think it's a very bipartisan issue, and I think it's an important bill, and I yield back to Mr. Schrader.
I yield back my time, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Time has expired. Other members wishing to speak on the amendment? Seen.
She's got a unanimous.
Oh, gentlelady from California has a unanimous consent request.
Unanimous consent request to place 2 letters
Without objection.
failed to recall
put in.
to do earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, are there other members wishing to speak on the amendment? Seen none. The vote is on the amendment by the gentleman from New Jersey. Roll call is requested. The clerk will call the tally.
Mr. Barton. Mr. Whitfield. Mr. Whitfield votes no. Mr. Shimkus. Mr. Shimkus votes no. Mr. Pitts. Mr. Pitts votes no. Mr. Walden. Mr. Walden votes no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy votes no. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes no. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn votes no. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Scalise votes no. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes no. Mrs. McMorris Rogers. Mr. Harper. Mr. Harper votes no. Mr. Lance. Mr. Lance votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. Olson. Mr. Olson votes no. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes no. Mr. Pompeo. Mr. Pompeo votes no. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Kinzinger votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilrakis. Mr. Bilrakis votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long.
No.
Mr. Long votes no. Mrs. Elmers. Mrs. Elmers votes no. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Flores. Mr. Flores votes no. Mrs. Brooks. Mrs. Brooks votes no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins votes no. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer votes no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Mr. Rush. Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo votes no. Mr. Engel. Mr. Engel votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes no. Ms. Capps. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan votes no. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Mr. Yarmouth. Mr. Yarmouth votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Loebsack. Mr. Loebsack votes aye. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy votes aye. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas votes no. Chairman Upton.
Votes no.
Chairman Upton votes no.
Other members wishing to cast a vote, Mr. Barton.
Mr. Barton votes no.
Any other members wishing to change their vote or cast a vote? Seeing none, the clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 14 ayes, 38 noes.
14 ayes, 38 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments to the bill? Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, has an amendment at the desk.
There's an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman, that I agreed to carry for my colleague, Ms. Capps, who's on the floor of the House.
Clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3299 offered by Mr. Green for Ms. Capps.
And the amendment will be considered as read. The staff will distribute the amendment, and the gentleman is given 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate what the authors of the legislation are trying to achieve with H.R. 3299, but I also understand the concerns raised by the ranking member, the FDA, and others on our committee about the effectiveness and utility of priority review vouchers. Priority review vouchers are particularly heightened when you consider that the program being created by this bill would be a permanent program, and that there were also concerns that the language may not be tight enough to ensure that the products moved through this pathway will actually meet the needs of the federal government. The truth is that the jury's still out on the effectiveness of the PRV programs as a whole. There's great debate as to whether PRV programs are effective at getting in treatments to those who need them, or that they truly incentivize new investment in these areas. As we have seen in the tropical disease program, PRV program, sometimes there's novel pathways with unintended consequences and loopholes that we need to have the chance to address. Given that medical countermeasures are products developed for purchase by the federal government, it is critical that the program works the way it was intended to, so that we get the products we need and the taxpayers aren't on the hook for those we don't. As such, I do believe it's important that we be required to revisit this program down the road if it becomes law. Some offered a 7-year time frame. That wasn't enough to gather all the data. Others have proposed 17 years, but that may be too long window to ensure that problems are addressed because the taxpayers are on the hook. This amendment splits the difference and would sunset the program after 12 years. And, you know, Congress can always revisit it. But it would ensure transparency by ordering the preliminary GAO report to be made available every 7 years, while a more thorough report is released a year before the reauthorization. It's important to note that nothing in the amendment would preclude Congress from reauthorizing the program beyond the 12-year window. What it would do is to ensure that Congress review the MCM PRV program after more information on the effectiveness of this and the other PRV programs are available, and it would provide a time frame for addressing any potential unintended consequences or loopholes that are found in the program once it's operational. Now, I recognize that some may think it's too long enough, but others think it's too long a window, but this is an important amount of time should be sufficient to gauge the workings of the program, as well as get data from the other existing PRV programs to help inform Congress the reauthorization. This amendment, I think, is a common sense addition to this legislation. I urge my colleagues to support it, and I'll yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back in an effort to save time, and I'll yield myself to strike the last word. Our side would, we don't support the sunset after 10 years, and I would urge my colleagues, 12. I don't support 10 either, 12 years. And would urge my Republican colleagues and Democratic colleagues to vote no, and I yield back. Other members wishing to speak on the amendment? Gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I stated previously, Congress found it appropriate to sunset programs intended to incentivize development of drugs to treat children so that we had the opportunity to evaluate whether an incentive program we created worked. And I fail to understand how we justify a different approach in the medical countermeasure space and how an opportunity to evaluate if a program is successful before permanently authorizing it is not sound governance. The Best Pharmaceuticals for Children Act and the Pediatric Research Equity Act, which offer additional exclusivity to drug manufacturers who conduct pediatric studies, were initially enacted for 5 years. Both programs were reauthorized for an additional 5 years multiple times before we made the programs permanent in 2012. And these sunset dates allowed us to evaluate the effectiveness of these programs as an incentive, understanding the impact on the FDA and understanding if the benefits of the program are worth the cost to the American people. We also included an initial cap and later a sunset for the rare pediatric PRV program. The GAO study of this program, the only study to date of any PRV program, found little evidence that the program was incentivizing new investment in drug research and development to treat rare pediatric diseases. Given the lack of understanding about whether PRV programs are incentivizing new investment versus serving as a windfall to drug manufacturers already developing, I strongly urge my colleagues to consider if a permanent program is sensible policy. While a 12-year sunset is longer than I believe necessary, I support this amendment. It will prevent an unproven program from being enacted permanently without evidence that it works. A 12-year sunset will allow us to assess if the medical countermeasures PRV program is effective and if there are unintended consequences before permanently authorizing a program that gives such a valuable award to drug companies at the expense of FDA's ability to expedite review of other important drugs to the American people. I yield back.
Frank. Other members wishing to speak on the gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. First, I want to thank the ranking member for talking about and mentioning the two bills I both wrote, the Better Pharmaceutical for Children's Act as well as the other legislation. The difference between those and the priority review mechanisms that are in the laws that Mr. Pallone just raised and I wrote is that those the drugs that we're talking about in this program are not marketed. In the Children's Pediatric Bill, the Better Pharmaceutical Act bill, it's a different story for those. So I think that there's a big difference between the two, and I think members need to understand that and have an appreciation of it. On the language that's in the amendment, the 15 years was structured in the following way. In the legislation that Congresswoman Brooks and I are sponsoring, you know that we call for the GAO study. That GAO study comes out in 16 years from the enactment of the bill. and that's why 15 was in the bill, because of the GAO study. So just so that you understand that there's a linkage and that we're consistent about what we're doing. Some like it, some don't, but that's the reason for it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Other members wishing to speak on the amendment? Seen none. Recorded vote is asked for. Note, votes have started on the House floor, so we will hurry this roll call.
Mr. Barton votes no. Mr. Whitfield. Mr. Whitfield votes no. Mr. Shimkus. Mr. Shimkus votes no. Mr. Pitts. Mr. Pitts votes no. Mr. Walden. Mr. Walden votes no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy votes no. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes no. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn votes no. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes no. Mrs. McMorris Rogers. Mr. Harper. Mr. Harper votes no. Mr. Lance. Mr. Lance votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. Olson. Mr. Olson. Mr. Olson votes no. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes no. Mr. Pompeo. Mr. Pompeo votes no. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Kinzinger votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilrakis. Mr. Bilrakis votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long.
No.
Mr. Long votes no. Mrs. Elmers. Mrs. Elmers votes no. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Flores. Mr. Flores votes no. Mrs. Brooks. Mrs. Brooks votes no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins votes no. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer votes no. Mr. Pallone.
Aye.
Mr. Pallone votes aye. Mr. Rush.
Aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Miss Eshoo. Miss Eshoo votes no. Mr. Engel. Mr. Engel votes aye. Mr. Green.
Aye.
Mr. Green votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Capps. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Mr. Yarmouth. Mr. Yarmouth votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Loebsack. Mr. Loebsack votes aye. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy votes aye. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas votes no. Chairman Upton.
Votes no.
Chairman Upton votes
Members
no.
wishing to vote, change their vote. Seeing none, the clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 17 ayes, 34 noes.
17 ayes, 34 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments to the bill? Seeing none, the vote occurs on final passage. Roll call is requested. Would tell members we'll come back tomorrow for the last bill, 10 o'clock tomorrow. So, clerk will call the tally for final passage.
Mr. Barton. Aye. Mr. Barton votes aye. Mr. Whitfield. Mr. Whitfield votes aye. Mr. Shimkus. Mr. Shimkus votes aye. Mr. Pitts. Mr. Pitts votes aye. Mr. Walden. Mr. Walden votes aye. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy votes aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn votes aye. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mrs. McMorris Rogers. Mr. Harper. Mr. Harper votes aye. Mr. Lance. Mr. Lance votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Olson. Olson votes aye. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Pompeo. Mr. Pompeo votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Kinzinger votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilrakis. Mr. Bilrakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long.
Aye.
Mr. Long votes aye. Mrs. Elmers. Ms. Elmers votes aye. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Flores. Mr. Flores votes aye. Mrs. Brooks. Mrs. Brooks votes aye. Mr. Mullen.
On.
Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins votes aye. Mr. Kramer? Mr. Kramer votes aye. Mr. Pallone? Mr. Pallone votes no. Mr. Rush? Mr. Rush votes no. Ms. Eshoo? Ms. Eshoo votes aye. Mr. Engel? Mr. Engel votes aye. Mr. Green? Mr. Green votes no. Ms. DeGette? Ms. DeGette votes no. Ms. Capps? Mr. Doyle? Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky? Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Butterfield? Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui? Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor? Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes? Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney? Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch? Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Lujan? Mr. Lujan votes no. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko votes no. Mr. Yarmouth? Mr. Yarmouth votes no. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Loebsack? Mr. Loebsack votes no. Mr. Schrader? Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Kennedy votes no. Mr. Cardenas? Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Chairman Upton?
Votes aye.
Chairman Upton votes
Other
aye.
members wishing to change a vote or cast a vote? Seeing none, the clerk will report the tally.
I have 36.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 36 ayes and 15 noes.
36 ayes, 15 noes. The bill as amended is passed, and committee stands in recess until 10 o'clock tomorrow.
Batson?